I was not muted. Actually, I was muted, sorry. Yeah, I had it muted while I was still doing a few things, so yeah, that's right. I don't want to talk to you. So I'm going to run down the list of the ones that I've seen. So if you do not hear your name, I do not have a drink and a year. Right now I have AG, 74, BH, Billy, Chris Helms, David C, Garrett C, JC, likes Pam, Jim Thompson, Joseph Wells, KJ, Maple Leaf, Mike Schleives, and Marsh, New Marshall, Smoker, VMC, Brian Robinson, Kentucky Fried, Vincent, Badger, and Andrew. Welcome. See, we got Argent with the 37, Barks. And we got Michael Erickson with Barks 38. And Michael Rose, the first Peach 41. Fleabag said 26. I saw you had a drink, but not a year, so now you have a year. And I see someone said 25 likes already before the stream even starts. Sweet. Well, that means we got to do this. Exclamation GAW will get you in. Not raffle. I'm famous. Cool. Don't know what for or how, but sure. I've seen quite a few new names in here. Andrew, I hadn't had you down on my list before, at least in the last couple weeks, so welcome. If you're new here, just lurking and trying to figure out what we're doing, I have a list of drinks here. These are everything cold in my fridge. I've already got one out. And so I can't just hurry and go cheat and say, oh, I like this person. I'm going to let them win. So I've already got it out. You guess what drink I have, and if you get it right, you get your name on a wheel of names throughout the night. And at the end of the night, we spin that wheel, and you win a 1 ounce copper round of your choosing. And then you also get to choose the oldest year that you think is in this nickel box. Jimmy says Dr. Pepper Cherry 38. And if you are the correct winner, I don't have any Mountain Dew anymore. That's why I took it off. But I did add that one. That's what I had last time. Thomas Wells says Pepsi 037. And if you get the closest or right on for the oldest year of the box, you also get your name on a wheel of names. Just a few extra entries, just a little fun. Fleabag got yours. So it's free. Doesn't cost you anything to enter except for typing in what drink and a year. Just the 2-year is fine. Because if you put something like 06, I'm going to assume it's a 1906 type thing. So just going to run down that list one more time. If you do not hear your name, I do not have a drink and a year. So I don't have both if you do not hear your name. I have AG74, BH, Billy, Chris Helms, David Canham, Fleabag, Garrett C, JC Likes Pam, Jim Thompson, Jenny Malikari, Joseph Wells, KJ, MLN, Maple Leaf, Michael Erickson, Michael Rose, Mike Schleiz, N Marsh, New Marshall, Smoker, Thomas Wells, VMC, Brian Robinson, Argent, Kentucky Fried, Vincent C, Badger, and Andrew. The collector says 7-Up 37. And Joe says Barks 36. And an exclamation GAW. We got the 25 likes already going on. Don't know the time left on that, but looks like a couple seconds. Gotta find my thing. Give me a second here. And to get another one of my pads. Let's go to this one. There we go. We had 28 entries on that, and the winner of the 25 likes is Michael Erickson. So you know what to do. If you know which round, let me know. You can wait till the end of the night, that sort of thing. Okay. We had one winner of the drink. I don't know why that's still on there, but there we go. Let's try that. Sorry. There we go. One winner of the drink. It was Sprite Zero. I believe the one that we had was Kentucky Fried. And you said Bank Robber Bar. I do have a few of those still left, so. I was thinking about, I've only got one more after that, so. Cool. Bigger one for the bar. There we go. Jim Thompson just gifted 10 memberships. Thank you, Jim, very much. It's Namaste, Forget Me Not, Adventure 50. David Carlisle, Ken Stout Live, James Permenter, Lovin' Life, What's It To Ya, Higgy Higgins, Keith M, Silver Dragoon. That's what I want to say. Alright, let me pick this up. I just dropped some stuff. Move that out of the way. We're searching for 74 leads tonight. I haven't gotten any of the packs out, so I will do that now. And it's 312. So that'll be the nickel pack, and I'll get all that stuff out. Need one of those. Need one of these. Going to need one of those. I'm going to need one of those. So with the nickel pack, you get a V nickel, a war nickel, a uncirculated war nickel, and, well, an AU war nickel, I should say, and two buffalo nickels. So the V nickel I pulled out, they're all, I always have dates on them. That is a 1908. So that's the V nickel there. Your average war nickel. Yeah, I'll give you a better looking one than that. It was kind of a dark one. Your average war nickel is a 1945 out of Philly. Don't have many AU war nickels left, so I'll have to figure something out if we end up running out through all of them. Still got enough for a few packs anyway. So not in dire need yet. I've been putting them off because they're way more expensive. I did get my dadhuntscoins.com up and running a little bit. Don't have everything on, but got a few things on there. So your AU is a 43 out of Philly. And I wrote down the ones that you had, and forgot to find them. So let's see. This one is an S. I know you said you didn't have any S's, and it's a 1936. Let's find something else. What is this one? There's an S. And that one is a 37. So you have a 36 and a 37S now. I'll have to remember to go through and pull a few extras out for the other pack that you're getting. So, there you go. And you guys will have to tell me what you think. I was looking through some of my barber halves, and the 1909 San Francisco has an inverted S. Tell me. Think that's the inverted S? To me, it sure does. So, that was one of those that was like, that's a good thing I went through and checked them, because I was going through and making sure I had decent ones. So if maybe start to try to put another collection, or if people want some, that sort of thing. But to me, that sure did look like it. Ender, I'm going to give you some points. I saw that you don't have very many. Oh, sweet. Those are the new $50. Like I said, it'll probably be 6 months before I even get any. I can get your 1940 Jolly. The drink was Sprite. Let's see, Jolly Roger, 1940. All right, I think we've got all that stuff out of the way now. Oh, you can show them? Okay. Let me open it back up. VMC sent me a couple picks. The new 2026 $50. And the backside. Oop. there you go. When I went in, was dumping some coins at the bank, and I told the teller that gave me the guy who was interested in having someone look at his collection, and I just told her that I texted him, and he said he was out of town, and it would be a couple weeks. And she goes, "Do you have another sticker? Because my mom found some change in the drawer, and it's one of those that's like a walking one, quarter." I was like, "Oh." She goes, "It's like 1926 or something." I'm like, "That's probably the Standing Liberty." So she's gonna have her mom hopefully get a hold of me. Oh, like I said, I have Dad Hunt's Coins website finally up and running, and I've got this. So it's I made this up, a DHC hot drop. It's going to be a hot sauce, and it's a white label, so they make it and then they put your label on. But it's got the red bell pepper, and then it's got red habanero, boot jalokia or ghost pepper, yellow Scotch bonnet, and then it's got cane sugar and brown sugar. So I've got a case of that coming. I ordered 24, and a lady at work has already said she wants to buy 4 bottles. So still getting everything kind of up and running on it, but yeah, it's a start. But I kind of like the label I made up. I called it Hot Drop, and then Hunter's Heat, flavor worth hunting for. So if you buy it from me, it's cheaper than on the website. It is good. It's hot, but it still gives you flavor. The company that is making them, I get it from them. I've gotten their hot sauce before, like when I get my stickers and stuff. And they make theirs, and then you can do a white label, and you upload your stuff, and they'll put your label on their bottles. Yeah, that's not the bottle size, just a regular 5-ounce bottle. But it is good. It's got heat, but like I said, you can still taste flavor and that sort of thing. Actually, the website I think is the same price. Never mind. I was thinking of something else, but I have it listed on my website as a pre-sale, and they are $10 a bottle. Can we get a bottle with our GA package? We can send you the money. Yeah, it won't be here until, I think it's being shipped on the 20th. So my first order, I did 24 bottles, but I can order more anytime. No, I kind of cheated, and I'd like to do my own, but I don't have the time or the stuff to do it. Cool. So yeah, on my website I do have it on there already as a pre-order. And then once I actually get it, then I'll take off that. It's got the heat, but it's also some sweetness to it. That's good. And I figured $10 a bottle, you know, it makes me, like, I think after processing fees, like $2.50 or something, but I know I've spent more than $10 for a bottle of hot sauce, so I figure 10's a good starting point. I texted my sister and told her if she can get extra nickels, I would take any that she can get down there too. She lives down in Phoenix area. It's Gilbert, but we'll see. She said she would call a few banks and see if she can get it some order. On my website, I also have some of my. I've started listing some of my copper. I've got a few of them on already, but I also have a few of my other merch items like koozies. Right now, I don't have a ton of all of those because I'd only got some to test them out, so I can always get more if they sell. But I have the ads off. What the heck? Let me just make sure. Because I told it to only do them if I put them in. Let's see. Because I only have it set for pre-roll, so before like the stream or anything like that. And then on mid-roll, I have it set to manually insert them. I'm on live chat with all messages checked. Is it just me that they like? That reminds me, I need to put it on live chat. I forgot that. I remember sometimes. Welcome, Hotstatters. If you're on mobile, you can double tap the screen and it'll give a like. When we get to 50, we'll give away a 50 like. We did give away the 75 like Monday. Yeah, in mine I rarely get ads because I have a VPN and an ad blocker. Everyone needs to download an ad blocker to their browser extension. Just YouTube how to do it. Ads will stop. Yeah, there's a ton of different ad blockers out there. Because I have it streaming on the other screen just so I can see the chat and everything and go back and forth. And I haven't gotten one of them to pop up. So, oh no, I'm sorry. Hey, David Rubin, welcome. uBlock Origin browser extension is best for ads, malware, and tracking. Yeah. And it's not hard to do. You just basically download it, install it, and you don't really have to do anything with it. I highly recommend that. Since I know when I was watching Paw, I was having a bunch kind of pop up and cover chat, and then I would just swipe it away and on my phone. But just had an ad for probiotics after you're talking about it. They do like to spy. And I thought my subscribers were bad enough planting cameras in my beard. We got 36 people watching, it says, and 39 likes. Again, on mobile, you can just double tap and it does the like button. You don't have to go in and do the 3 buttons and all that kind of stuff. Hey, IT. I'll let Michael Rose in. We got the first one on the board is a 1958. When I first saw it, I thought it was a 3, but it is a 5. And we'll just confirm it, because sometimes those 5s look really close to 3s. Let's see, 5-8. Make a little room there, get this on the board. Funny enough, my VPN is popped up telling me that, oh, where did it go? All right, give me a second here. My finds thing went away. I don't know how it got closed, but we got 50s. All right, let's see who got it. I know we got a few. Start off with Brian R, KJ, VMC, Jim Thompson from the Outer Banks of North Carolina. 74. Anybody else besides Brian, KJ, VMC, Jim, and 74? I hope they don't steal my finds. Mike S. Okay. I will get you on there also. Sorry for the blurry. It'll go away here in a second. Mike S., you are now on the board. Kevin Hawthorne, so you have some points now to gamble and play games and everything. Welcome. We're already at 42 likes now. That's good. The 25 like happened before we even got the box opened. Tai Chi program for men ad. Let me try one other thing. Let's see if that helps. Since obviously it doesn't follow my directions. Some of the ads are interesting. I bet they are. Like I said, I never see many ads unless they're the static ones that are just there without, popping up. Because they don't pop up for me. I have my VPN, ad blocker, malware checker, antivirus, all that. So again, there's many free good ones out there. I would recommend getting one. Sounds like your wife, because she doesn't follow directions either. Well, hey, B-Baller, $5 super chat. Thank you. Help with shipping. That is greatly appreciated. And so we had Jim Thompson had donated 10 memberships at the start. And now we have Super Chat. Thank you very much. Waller probably missed it, but I have this. I've ordered a batch of DHC's hot drop sauce. It should be here being shipped in, I think, 8 days. It's habanero, yellow Scotch bonnet, and boot jalokia, which is ghost pepper, and red pepper, and it's got cane sugar and brown sugar, so not the corn syrups and crap. We do have a second find already. Yay! Come on. 2024 Denver. That can go on the board. B-Waller's got a channel. Does, when the season's going, he auto races. And last season he rigged a camera in his car so you could be in the car with him, basically, which was fun to watch. And then, of course, he hunts coins and currency, and he does metal pours. So he melts copper and aluminum, pours it into like Orbeez and stuff, and makes little mounds of melted, cool looking stuff. So highly recommend checking him out. If you guys provide content and want to try to get some subscribers, you can hit exclamation ME, just exclamation me. That will give you a channel link so people can click on it and subscribe to your channel. There's lots of channels of other members, and we all try to support each other. And like AG usually pops up in the morning before I'm awake, and then while I'm at work, so I never really get to watch his lives, but I do try to go back and, like, when someone has a video, I do try to at least go back and give that a like and watch what I can. So I figure that can help their channel out. Might as well do it. Doesn't cost me anything except for a few minutes and a few button pushes. Well, not even buttons, but screen. So a few good things in the work. It's been keeping me extremely busy, but I figure with the little time I have, I can at least do some stuff. And I finally, hey, there's another 2024. Now I've just got to finish getting all the stuff put onto my website, which is going to be a pain. It's not hard, it's just time consuming. I figured at least get that stuff on there. I did break down and buy the 2 barber halves that were finally available in stock at one place. The 92, I think it's the 92O and the 93S. They're not cheap. Both of them together are like 425 bucks, but once those come, I'll only need one to finish my entire collection. And while I was going through all my extras, I showed it at the beginning, but I found a 1909S inverted. So close, yeah. There's been a few of them that, see, I have them turned off. I don't know why they're still popping up. And it's not even like the most rare key date or anything, because I have the one with the least mintage, which is a 1914, and I also have some of the other ones that are extremely difficult with like 200,000 or 300,000 minted. Have you had any ads at all, Joseph, or just lately? None at all. Okay. Yeah, like I said, I've gone in and they're off, so I have no idea why they would be popping up. Yeah, there's a number 3. This is roll 10 that I'm working on. I do have some nights where there's a few that will kind of pop up, but the only time I ever see the ads are ones where when you tune into a video and it makes you watch the 15 seconds or whatever it is before you can skip. I think I've made 6 cents in ad revenue. Darn Iranians. Could be. You never know. I did go in and take out those extra W's and the V's and stuff on this slot, so now there's only 1 V, 1 W. I did the V with the line through it, because it's, or a circle with the V in it, because it looks more like a V nickel instead of just a V. And then the W, I just took the W I like better. If anybody's lurking, if you want to play slots and everything, you get points by being in chat, but if you subscribe, you don't even have to be talking to anybody, you can just play the games. But if you subscribe, you instantly get points, whereas the other way you have to be in the chat and conversate and everything before it gives you small amount of points. So when I see someone that has come in and has like 100 after they've been here like 5 minutes or something, I go in and add 1,000,000 or so points. If you run out, you get more. They're free. Doesn't cost anything. And quite a few 2008s. But we're not looking for 08s. Evening, Knucklehead. I did send your package out, Treasure Hog, to Vivian, care of you. And threw in a Copperell, threw in a couple goodie stickers, pen, bottle opener. Treasure Hog used to do Rose's Razor Rinds. They were good. You probably really haven't had time to continue on with that. Yeah. Sometimes it's you take what you can do at the moment, and other things get pushed back. Trying the phone keeps saying battery low. Well, hold it up high. Sometimes it's just the little by little stuff, like I said, I got the stuff on my website now, and just adding a little bit by little bit, and I'll finally get it to where I want it. But you can also use the website has an Amazon link, so if you do go through that, it gives a little bit of a kickback. But I just set that up yesterday. So then I went in and added a bunch of stuff that I've used or I know is a good product. And now I just have to go through and find the other stuff that I don't think it's like just having to buy off of the list or anything. I think it's just if you go through that. So I'll have to have some family members and stuff try and see. Hey, Crafty, Yenny, Mark S. You guys popped in. Or if you've been here, I didn't see you. It usually depends. I'll open a box of halves after the regular nickel part stream is over. Usually the nickel part, like on a regular box, with just kind of normal finds, usually goes until about 8:30. The other night I went later because we gave a mulligan. It's a 54. I'm getting a little older. I know we had some 54s, so let's find out who they were. We had Vincent. We had Jolly. We had Crafty. Smoker. KJ. VMC. Jim Thompson. MLN. There you go. Vincent, Jolly, Crafty, Smoker, KJ, VMC, Jim, and MLN. If I missed you, holler. Well, you don't have to holler because I wouldn't hear you, but you could holler in the chat, I guess. All caps in the chat. Yeah, that's basically hollering. Or the easiest way to holler at me is tag me so I see it. I know it's hard on the phone. You would think that even like on an Android or something, you could just hit the @ like you do on a computer and put whoever you start typing in. But they still haven't done that. That would make it so much easier. Especially when the majority of people... Okay, thanks, AG. For at least, coming for what you can. I appreciate it. But considering the majority of people watch on phones, and then it goes computer, and then it goes tablet, and then TV, I think. At least for the people that watch me. It's like 60-something% use phones. Yeah. I've done it where I put it on the TV and then I chat like on my phone so I can see the big screen, but then chat on, because you can't really chat on the TV. Yep. Yeah, when I noticed that there was a lot of people on TVs also, I was like, that's a lot. And then I'm like, oh, it's kind of like what I do, is where they turn on the TV and then use their phone to chat. See, I guess you could kind of do a mix and do a tablet. I guess an iPad, which is kind of like bigger than a phone, smaller than a TV. I used to have a 10-inch Motorola tablet that I had won for being one of the top drink sellers when I worked at Verizon in little old Knab. I was beating stores that had multiple locations. But that was years and years and years ago. And then the charging port kind of died, so I bought a new charging port and replaced it. And then I think when I got divorced, it just kind of got lost in the mix. And did you get my email? I know there's a 7-day window. Anything? Yeah, I wasn't too worried about it. It's more for the ones that like I don't have an address, because there's a few that have signed up for either the searcher or hunter level where you get sticker and a magnet, and they've never sent their email to be able to have me send it to them. I sent out 3 packages today. I sent out Little Vivian's. It's Treasure Hog's daughters. He's the one that won the 75 light giveaway. And so I sent that out. I sent a 5-ounce round because I accidentally sent the wrong one to David. And I sent one to, I'm trying to think. Can't remember. Oh. Roy Hathaway for his search on Monday. That was just an abysmal hunt that day. I think that night it was, what, 5 finds in the entire first box? We already have 5 finds. And going through like NIFCs and stuff and still trying to put that one together for AG, I think it was. Come on. And then as I have some more buffaloes coming, I'll look through those for the other ones that I had sent. I think I found 16 to add to the collection. Not for me, but for Larry. So if you guys are looking for specific things, let me know. With the buffaloes, now that I have a bunch, but in that one that I got, I ended up with the 26S, which is semi-key date, and then two 36S over S's. One's the alphabet, as we call it, because it looks like it's an S over alphabet. I was like, I'm going to buy some more. Which I also bought a bag of Canadian cents for my daughter to see how many more she can get. Perfect timing. This one is a 59. So we had a 54, a 58, and a 59. Let's get that on the board. All right, 59. Who got it? Anybody? Oh, we have Vincent with 59. Argent with 59. KJ. I'm assuming BMC. Yep. And 74. And Jim Thompson. And Vivian. Good guess, Miss Vivian. And it's 50 likes, it said. Exclamation GAW. See, on mine it shows 49, which means it's 50. I don't know why mine always shows one behind. My concurrent viewer, viewer shows 43 people watching, and I show 40, it was 43, now it shows 44, which means this one will probably pop up here in just a minute with 44. Oh, now it went to 42, which means it'll go from 43 up to 44 back to 42. It just bypassed that whole thing. Exclamation GAW, free entry into 1 ounce copper round of your choosing. And if you want me to choose, that's a choice. Hey, look at that. Another 2024. You're rocking those tonight. Whoa. Let's pick them up off the ground and make sure that we didn't lose anything good. Nope. I thought I had a Buffalo Nickel book, and I went through everything. I do not have one, so I ordered one. We have a find, but we'll wait just a minute. Otherwise, it gets lost in the shuffle. Exclamation GAW is going on. Drawing for a 1 ounce copper round of your choice. And again, your choice could be my choosing. I have done that before. Yeah, I'd like to get a nice set of all those, but for now I'm just got the blue Whitmans. Got a minute left, exclamation GAW. Hey, Tim. Exclamation GAW. If you want to get in, you got about 30 seconds left. Your choice to win a copper round. Do this so when it gets there, we can draw it. Oh, there we go. Went and got a couple of my DHC pads out because I couldn't find them, and they're right here. Alrighty. And we're going to pick a nose and not our winner, Vincent. You are the winner. As usual, you can send me an email saying 50 like winner and what you want. If you know what you want, you can tell me. If you don't know what you want, email me and I can send you that. That is most of them. There might be a couple that are not on there anymore. I've got to actually go through again and look at it, but I can email that to you. Now we'll do our first find. This was out of that roll. Do you have a trump? I do. I've got about 5 more trumps left. This is the one that is the one that I have. It's got that eagle and honor, courage, integrity, perseverance, vigilance on the back, and then the front has 45th president. The easiest thing is, like I said, just email and just say 50 likes, Trump round, and make sure I have a good address. Which I'm sure I do, but it's always good to double check it. Oh. I need to put that on my website also. A BEP wrap. All right, we'll flip this one and then we'll start on a second one. You're welcome, Vincent. Oh, never mind. It is a, get Kentucky Fried in there. It is a 1955, but it has a Denver. So 55 Philly is a semi-key date. There's the new one. every time I hear Vincent. Get that one on the board. Michael Rose, was he the only one that got it? Oh, okay. I was going to say, because if you're the only one on, exactly on. So 55, we had 54s and 6s then. So 54, Alyssa. Crafty. Cap. Vincent. Jimmy. Jolly. Joseph. Oh wait, no. Michael Rose got it exactly on. There was a 55 exact. So you get 2 entries on the wheel. I thought I saw something that said there was 54s and 6s, and oh, that's weird. There was a message that said chat disconnected and reconnected. Don't know why it disconnected, because it was fine for me. Oh, you're good. So Michael Rose is on that twice, since he's the only one with the 55 exactly on. This one, I'll let Kyle in. Welcome. Does not have a mint mark, because if it did, a 48S would have been a semi-key date. But it's the first from the 40s. We now have our oldest, which means I can go bloop. Or should I go bloop bloop? Anybody get 48 exact? We got 49s. Oh, MLN got 48 exact. Anybody else? Yep, BH. MLN and BH. So you each get an entry. 48 original mintage was 89,348,000. Excuse me. We are on roll 21. 9 finds so far isn't too bad, considering we're only not even halfway through the box. And there's been a lot of 2008s. Because they keep throwing me off, because I keep thinking they're 2009s. One of those things, I was like, why is it so dark? We had 10 new members tonight, thanks to Jim Thompson. On those, you always can upgrade if you want. The searcher level will give you one of my channel stickers, and the hunter level gives you a channel sticker and a channel magnet. Which reminds me, I need to take a sticker and put it in my car for when I go to the bank. She can give it to her mom. It's taken a while, but finally some of those times of saying that, anybody's ever interested, have them give me a call. And now I have one guy to give an idea of his collection, and Argent, $2 shipping. Sweet, thank you. Argent is great. Maybe, I've seen other channels do it. If someone donates a super chat, they get their name on the wheel. So I'm going to put Argent, B. Waller, and then Jim Thompson because he donated 10 memberships. There you go. I think that's what I'll start doing now. So any donation, any gifted memberships, any just sign up for memberships, anything that, or tip, any of that will get an extra name on the wheel. So it's not guaranteed to, or it's not like you have to pay anything because your name can still get on the wheel no matter what at the end of the night. My next open slot is DHC making up rules on his own stream. Shaking my head. Let's see. I think it's in next week. I've got the 16th is a stream for 74. The 19th, I don't have anything. For the 19th, the 23rd, the 30th, the 2nd. Because I have 2 more for 74 after Thursday, so Thursday is, or next Monday is 74s. And tonight is. And then I don't have anything. So the 19th. I will not be streaming on 2 Thursdays on the 26th. I have a work function I have to go to because I've been there 10 years and they want to give me a 10-year appreciation thing. Gold bar. I'd be lucky if it was a gold chocolate coin. So I've got that on the board. And who had 56? Anybody? Billy? Anybody else besides Billy? So Billy being solo, you will get 2 names on the board, or wheel. Yeah, that's probably the easiest way to do it, is if it's a solo, like Billy times 2. That works. Makes it easy to see it that way. Billy cheated. Well, if there's a way to cheat, I guess it worked. And for those new members tonight, if they're in here, you do have all those emojis. Just like Billy put, nailed it. Hacked into the beard cam and overrode the signal. Gave them a fake signal, so they put the wrong things in. That sounds right. It's one of those things that I've never been like a Star Trek, or I mean, I watched the original one back in the 80s with what's his face, Star Wars. I've only seen the original 3, which is actually number 4, 5, and 6. Those are the only ones I've seen. I've only watched one Lord of the Rings. Maybe a second one. I'm not sure. But yeah, on Star Wars, it's only the first 3 original ones made that I've seen. That one's too crowded to even see a date, and I'm not going to try to do that. Like, I've seen, snippets of some of the new ones, like, when they're doing some kind of review or something, but I've never sat down and watched it. Like I said, only the original 3 of that, only the first, I believe, of Lord of the Rings. But I've watched all the Fast and the Furious. I do not like number 2, as a lot of people don't. Because it's so outrageous. Even the crap they come up with, it's like, that's never going to happen. Halfway through the box, 25 rolls down. Hey, Queen Cody. Just in time for a guess. Another 54. $19.54. Anybody get it? Got 52, 52, 56, 56, 52, 56. So 56s and 54, or no, 54 would be, yeah, 52 and 56. Because that would be 2 in either direction. So 52 is Cap and Marsh, Silver, Kentucky, BH, Tyler, okay. So I had Cap and Marsh, Silver, Kentucky, Fried, BH, and Kyler. If you also had one, let me know. Excuse me. Tyler needs to refresh. Eleven finds it just over halfway. $40 viewers still, nice. 54 likes. According to this, we've had 273 views. Most of them probably just passing through and didn't stick around, which is completely fine. But they're missing out on all the fun. It's a 57. Get that one on the board. Got 58, 57, Alyssa, Queen Cody, Thomas, BH. Oops, let's try spelling it right. Just those four, I think. Alyssa, Queen Cody, Thomas, W, and BH. I haven't found many 64 Denvers or 63 Phillies. Like I said, I've been finding a ton of 2008s. Usually I see some, but not that many. It's been quite a while since we've found a beefalo and a pickle. Or pickle. Feels like weeks. Yeah, that's basically what it's been. At least we're still finding some finds. It is a slicker. Sold 17 more nickels today at Coin Show for $57. I would have bought them for that. Yeah, it's a 1940. It's now our oldest of the box. And then we got numerous 40s. Start off with Jolly and Billy And Thomas, 74. Mike S. Jim Thompson. Where is... That's one thing I don't ever get to do is go to coin shows and everything, because there's never any around here, especially in Little Town. I forgot to look at what the year was. I know it's a find, I just don't remember what year. Opening roll 30. $57. How far am I from Pa? About 19 hours driving. I think what it was, because when we were looking at going to Old Tulsa Coin Show or whatever, it was, I think, 18, almost 19 hours. All right, 57. Thomas. Anybody else? Michael Erickson. We're about 3 hours from Pa. Yeah. He's told me I need to come out there with the kids, and even just trying to go out there on my own, never was able to do it. Hopefully one of these days we can. And if we flew, I'd have to drive at least an hour and a half to get to the airport. And that's if it's in St. George. Or 3.5 hours to get to Vegas, which is completely opposite direction also, just to fly the other way. But then if you do that, you have to rent a car and all that kind of stuff. 30 down. 20 to go. We got 14 vines. A mile from the Atlantic coast. I can go from here to San Diego in 8 hours. It's one of those things that you can drive from where I live in Utah to Las Vegas in 3.5 hours. And if you go north to Salt Lake, it's 5 hours. So no one ever flies out of Salt Lake. They either fly out of St. George, because sometimes it's about $100 more, but by the time you factor in, you've got to drive another 2 hours one way, plus another 2 hours back the other way, plus the gas, and the time, and all that. $100 is worth it, but even so, even if you drove to Vegas, it's still quicker to go to Las Vegas than it is north to Salt Lake. We get tourists that do that all the time. They fly into Salt Lake because they want to go to Utah. And then once they get down here, they realize, oh, Vegas is only 3.5. Because they'll be like, oh, you came in from Vegas? And they're like, no. Why would I do that? And it's like, because it's an hour and a half closer. Oh. They're like, I just assumed being in Utah, Salt Lake was closer. It's like, no. No, it isn't. I don't mind driving. Like, if it's myself, I could pretty much drive the entire time. I don't mind driving at all. Drove to Salt Lake, went to the temple. It is under construction. I think this scaffolding, because they've been doing retrofit for seismic retrofit stuff on it. And I think this scaffolding has finally come down. Green River, Utah, or Green River, Wyoming? I'm assuming Utah since we're talking about Utah. I was going to say, I don't know why you'd go to Green River, Wyoming, but they're both small little places. It's not like you'd go there for fun. Although Green River has a bunch of good watermelon in the summer. Just like there's a place about an hour and a half from here, and it's called Enterprise, and they have the best corn. So there's people that will go over there and like take orders and pick up like an entire trunk full of corn and bring them back and not going that way again. I would like to have my own energy drink, but those are a little harder to make than like the hot sauce that I have. I'm sure there's white label energy drinks out there, I'm sure, but maybe that's what I'll check. Had a marketing meeting today because I'm part of the marketing committee. I know we got at least one person. Brian Robinson. 1940. Yeah, it was when I saw it, it was like, whoa, that's a 40? I think it's just Brian if I saw it. Brian R times 2. Yeah, when I saw everybody putting like 58s and stuff, it was like, yeah, everybody's going to think it's 50. Like in the 50s. It's tied for our oldest. We'd like to beat that. $19.40, we had so far AG, Jolly, KJ, Mike S, New Marshall, all had 40. Tenny 24. Come on, Blurry. There we go. Didn't want to have to threaten it with my knife again. Yeah. Needs to be a 26S Buffalo. Because the 26S is a semi-keyed 8. Hey, Isaiah Moses. Welcome. About the only real vacation, I guess you'd call it, is when I go up to I Speak Whale? Yes. How are you? Welcome. Finding Dory. She spoke whale. And then we had a couple of them now. That's third. Three 1940s now, I believe. I know we had at least Joseph Wells. And Billy. Billy and Joseph. Not Billy Joe. Billy Joseph. I watched the Muppets, but my favorite was Fraggle Rock. I have the episodes on DVD. I have it as my ringtone. But Fraggle Rock was made by, I think, Jim Henson also. Yes, Fraggle Rock was my favorite show. But it's literally my ringtone. Or my, alarm. And sometimes people don't believe me, so I'm like, alright. I'll open up my phone and I'll pull up my alarm settings and play it. And they're like, dude, you actually do? It's like, yep. Doom, 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 doom. You know what the dozers do? They make the radish sticks that the Fraggles eat. Oh, look, it's a Fraggle. Oh, that's good. I've looked at getting some more because I'm getting a little bit low, but not completely low. But yeah, like $4.50, $5 to replenish. I'd have to raise my nickel pack price. Because I was able to get the nickel pack nickels that I use for when silver was like 30 bucks an ounce. I would play it, but it's loud. I have it loud so I can hear it. Got another one to guess. That's what, 8, 12, 17 so far, or 18 now. Excuse me. Yeah, Fraggle was my most favoritist thing. Can't say cartoon because it wasn't animated, but got David and Kyle in there. Okay. 1953. Got 52, 54. Oh, New Marshall with 53. Anybody else? Just him. New Marshall times 2. I guess I better put it in as New Marshall, not Mew Marshall. Treasure Hog had a 53. Oh, yep, he did. I don't know how sometimes those ones like that get buried. No, you had another one. Miss Vivian had guessed the year. It was like a 59 or something. You've gotten on there twice. I actually don't have you on the wheel. I have Vivian on the wheel. Right. Got 55 likes. I don't think we'll make 75 again tonight. At least in the regular stream. 3 chili pepper. Red hot chili pepper. Grew up listening to that too. Red hot chili peppers. Pearl Jam. 9 Inch Nails. Smashing Pumpkin. Metallica. Def Leppard. Guns N' Roses. LA Guns. Fat Boys. That was my favorite growing up. I absolutely loved that. Those Fat Boys. I had those on cassettes and I probably wore them out. Absolutely, you need to. It's because she's had a good teacher. I have some that it's like, I'm not the best at like grading them. And so it's like, is it, you know, would it be worth it to get them graded? So it's like, yeah, I don't know. I guess if the only way to kind of learn is put what you think the grade is and send it in and hope, see what comes back. Because it seems like whenever I kind of grade, I'll either be over or under. I'm like rarely on. There's some I wouldn't mind getting graded just because you don't find, like, the ones I would get graded are usually the ones with errors. Like a 65 DDO quarter. Pretty sure I found one of those. 64 D over D on a nickel isn't like super rare or anything, but 26S or the 36S over S. But the problem is sometimes to get them graded, it would be as much or more than what the coin is worth if it was graded. You know, if you spend 40 bucks or whatever it costs to get a coin graded with attribution, and it's only worth 35 or even 45 by the time you send it and ship it and everything. But just regular coins, it's like, yeah, I don't get, just unless it's absolutely stunning, like it's something that's kind of a rare one. Or like if you found a 09S VDB or something. Yeah, and that's the thing, is it's like, I always kind of go worst case scenario and go, okay, if it comes back at, a 58, then I would be losing, a bunch of money. If it came back at a 62, I would make a little money. But that's like the S over S, the 36S over S's, I only think are worth like $50 or something. Now, bull crap. My VPN is blocking me on that. Oh well. I can look it up later. Oh, sorry. Sorry. I was blurry, now I can see. Completely limiting the series of 42S. That's my stinker set. I already have 2 for a BU set. So you need the 42S silver or non, just the regular. Because the 42 has a regular and an S silver for that. Silver, okay. It's a 41. 1941. Get that on the board. Yeah, that's one of those things. It's the more of a variety. It was, unless it's something I absolutely love. But then we had a few people. Starting at the bottom, we had VMC and KJ and Vincent and Mike S and Joseph. And then going down, Joseph, Mike, Vincent, KJ, and VMC. And we have a guest. There's been a few that I opened the roll and I'm like, dang it. Because you see a dark one, but it doesn't have that silver look to it. And it's like, no, it's not. I think the ones that I would get graded are the ones that are, like if you found something that is either faked. Of course, the reason they'd be faking was because it's worth money. Usually. But basically more to verify legit or something like that. But there's a few I'd want to possibly get looked at. Wonder why the VPN is blocking it. I know how to do the tunneling on my phone, but I've never done it on the computer. Oh well. It's not that important right now anyway. $54. And then we got at least one Brian R. and Jolly. And Alyssa. What are we at now? 20. We got 5 rolls left. Hey, we finally found a first of these. Finally found a 2009. Get that one on the board. It's kind of crazy when you have one year that is double digits. I've had a few times that's happened. You know, you get like 10 or 12 or 14 or Call for Mr. Buffalo. That would be good. It is not a buffalo, but we have another find. I'm thinking one of the days and maybe take off work a little early if I have to go to St. George or something, and go hit up all the banks and try to find as many nickel boxes as I can get. I'm sure I can get more by the next pickup, which is Wednesday, because I've still got the box for 74 on Monday, and then I have a box that's available for Thursday. And then after that, I don't have any hunts scheduled. So next Thursday is open. Luckily, I have a box. But my sister had checked the banks there to see if she could get pennies for me, and she said the one bank won't order any coin for anybody. They won't do coin orders. Wells Fargo lets you have 2 rolls per day. It's 58. Another in the 50s. $58. Brian, right on. Is Brian the only one? Thinking it's Brian times 2. We've had a few of those tonight. But it's funny because I tell them I need the banks to order, because they'll be like, do you want coin? I'm like, yep. No frills, next open spot. I will put you down for Thursday then. Make sure everything's covered. See, now it would be, because Super Chats, they take 30% of everything. The tip one really doesn't. And of course my regular ones don't. But yeah. I wasn't going to be too worried about it, but thank you. Time for bed. Alrighty, Michael. Your name is on the wheel, so hopefully we'll see if you get. I think at least you get your 25 likes, so. And so I think on the website it's through Shopify. Last roll. It's one of those, I think theirs is like kind of just the regular processing fees. Yeah, because if you win a regular giveaway, you're still eligible for the wheel giveaways. So, even though you won the 25, you're still eligible for the wheel. Yeah, I think the Shopify one is only just like the regular, I don't know, 3% or whatever it is. Kind of like my Cash Apps and PayPal and Venmo and Tipline. And I think the Tipline takes a little more, but. Is I'll be getting a case of 24 of my hot sauce. But there's only 20 available because I had the office manager at work already said that she wanted to buy 4. So right now it's in the pre-order stage, but they are available. Yes, you are on the wheel for getting the drink. I already put those on. You're welcome. Still got to go through and put everybody that was on the year guess. Yes, I can set one aside. My Cash App at the bottom of the screen, you'll see it's about to go off right now. It's Dad Hunts Coins. It's also in the description of the video. I have my links in there. I have Cash App, PayPal, and Venmo, or my regular address, like if you send money order or something. Because I do accept them. It's just one of those things that if you send cash or anything like that, check has to, of course, make sure you clear. Money order, cash, things like that is just, you know, at your own risk. I've never had it not come, but we have our 2009 5 2024s. We had a 41, a 40, a 40, a 40, and a 48. 3 40s, a 41, and a 48. So 5 of those, yep. And we have a 58, nice 54, and 53, 57, a 57, a 54, a 56, a 55, a 59, a 54, and a 58. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. So we had a 53, a 54, 55, a 56, a 57, a 58, and a 59. Not too bad. What's that? 16, 17, 22 finds. Couldn't believe with the 24s there was 5 of them. Awesome. And while I'm thinking about it, I'm just going to write down yeah, I pull the 24s out. So, see, I've got that. Hot sauce with your GA. Normally with hot sauce, I'd say they're shipping, but since I'm already paying for the giveaway anyway, it's only not going to be too much more to throw it all into one package. So, there you go. I forgot to write on it. Because for me to send a regular copper round, it's about $1.50, and I'm guessing to send a hot sauce probably under $4, so, or $5. So, all right, let's get the wheel people on. 1940, we had AG, we had Jolly, we had KJ, and we had New Marshall. Now, it's the regular part of the stream. You don't have to type wheel in. I don't do that anymore. If you do exclamation GAW, I copy the list of everybody who enters the giveaway and puts them on the wheel. So I made it easy instead of trying to do them, copy them over, or put them on and all that kind of stuff. It was like, why not I just copy the list of everybody that goes on the wheel and or the giveaway and stick them on the wheel. So that's what I did. We got 21 people already. $27. $31. So there's the first part. I'll have to make sure I pull out those rounds that you wanted for the other two hunts. We got Michael and Vincent with the 25 and 50 like. So if you win the regular giveaway, I'll have to redraw that. But your name will go on the wheel because you're still eligible for that one. Got 32 people now. In fact, while I'm sitting here thinking about it, had the jackalope, number 2, number 5, I guess I have one left after that one. Number 11. Which one is number 12? 74, I do not have round number 12. I think you had that as one of them on the list. So number 12 is gone. 21, 28, 29, 33. Oh, let me get that on. Yes, I got VMC on there now. I have the last COVID survivor. Which one is that? That's number something. I don't know if it's even on that one. I'm sure it is. Is it number 11? Yes. I do have 2 more of those, so there you go. Did you want 2 of the COVID? Because you already had that one on your list. You had the jackalope, 2, 5, 11, out of 12, 14, 21, 28, 29, 33. So I'm just going to set those off to the side for the moment. We'll figure that out. All right. Grab all of these names. Paste it, copy all of those names. Okay, because you can get a different one of, if you want, of something else, but as I say, you already had 11 on your list, but didn't know if you wanted to. All right, so I added everybody on. Everybody that was in the giveaway on this one has the regular screen name stuff, so that's why they're all like that, whereas when I put them on, I just shorthand it. All right. For the end of stream for the regular part, the winner is Tyler, 350. You have won that one. And the wheel winner is Argent. Let's see how many times you were on there. It was 104. It dropped 2, plus yours probably the other one, so you were on there 3 times. Congratulations. So there's your list. I can email that. There are a few that I don't have on there anymore. But I can send that to you. Same with Tyler. Just going to go over a few that are Jackalope I'm out of. So the ones that are also on there, I have 6, 14, and 15 is extras. Okay. Mercury Diamond. All right. I'll see if I still have a regular one. Which one is the Mercury? Number 33. I do have a regular. I was going to say, because I have a Mercury with the mint on the back, but I do have the Merc Dime. And that was for which one? Argent. Okay. And Tyler, I'll show you some of the other ones that will Merc Dime? Yeah, okay. So the ones I don't have on the wheel, I have a Buffalo Round with a mint on the back. I have a Indian Ant. I think that one's on the wheel though. See, I have another one. It's the Merc Dime front, but it's just the mint on the back. I also have an Indian front, mint on the back. I have an 1836 trade dollar, I believe it is. Or seated, whichever one it is. A peace dollar, 1921, with that eagle. or just a, maybe that's the trade dollar. I think that's the trade dollar. And it's got an eagle. So Tyler, if you're watching, if you saw one of those, let me know. Otherwise, I can email you the list and tell you which ones I don't have anymore. In fact, let me do this. Got one. Number 2 is gone. Number 8's gone. Twelve is gone. 17 is gone. 19 is gone. 21 is gone. 26 and 28 are gone. And then 32 and 33 and 34. No, I've got 34. Never mind. So on that, I no longer have number 2, number 8, number 12, number 17, 19, 21, 26, 28, or 32, or 33. Indian head front with the buffalo back. Alrighty. And I've got 2 of those also, I think, so. Indian on the front, buffalo on the back. There you go, Tyler. Might as well put these extra ones in since I have room. And the 34 is the one without dates and stuff. Which means I can take them out of this. Just a little housekeeping, bear with me a second. Figure since I've got them out, I might as well label them. So besides all my tubes, these are all I've got. Just a second while I look at this. Alrighty. Now, we'll open some halves. So Jolly, it'll be, like I said, they won't ship until the 20th, and then however long it gets to me. So as long as you don't mind waiting for a couple of weeks to get that hot sauce, because it's just a pre-order stage. So. Can you get a bottle of it? You can. Since I'm already going to be shipping you a big package, it won't even cost extra to put that in there. Sounds good, AG? Because usually it would be 10 plus some shipping, but you've already got a big package coming, so. Now I'm just going to write these down. I've got Jolly with one. 74 is going to buy one. And I've got 4 sold from work. And I just spaced her name. Rhoda. So that's Jolly 74 and Rhoda has now brought my supply down to 18. And if you keep selling like that, then I'll just order some more. The difference between, oh yeah, it's good hot sauce. Like I said, it's got red habanero, yellow Scotch bonnet, and boot jolokia, which is ghost pepper, and brown sugar and cane sugar. So not high fructose corn syrup. Because there is people say, oh, it's the same thing, but you can kind of tell the taste of real sugar compared to corn syrup. But the brown sugar and cane sugar give it some sweetness. It's still hot, but it's good. It's got some sweetness, plus you can still have flavor. Yeah, there's some things you can definitely tell the difference between HFC and just regular cane or brown sugar. Brown sugar is just still got the molasses in it, whereas white sugar has the molasses taken out and it's just the white left. Yeah, I'm kind of like the hot sauce guy at work. I also keep a bottle in my desk that is basically a no-no for everybody. That's why I put it in the desk. Because it's got smoked ghost pepper, smoked habanero, smoked serrano, smoked jalapeno, habanero extract, ghost pepper extract, and capsicum extract. So it's about a 2.5 million Scoville, which is, there's no way I would put that just out where anybody can use it, because people will just dump it on without realizing. So it's like, if someone wants them, I let them use it, but they know. That's why I keep it in my drawer. Is it the 23 Philly half that has the DDO? I never really got them, but I've already gotten 6 out of 4 rolls. So I figure, maybe I'll look at it. I got 2008 Nipsey finally. The sugar, brown sugar and cane sugar, do mellow the heat out a little bit and gives it some sweetness, which usually I don't like sweet hot sauce, but this stuff's pretty good. But it is, still gives a kick. Found a ton of 73 Philly, or 2023 Phillies. Haven't found one 74 Denver. A 2003 Philly Nipsey. Pretty decent, good condition too. Yeah, it's 2023. I think there's a DDO on the 23 filly. (2017) to 2018. (23 filly). Okay, I was thinking it was 23 filly, but I don't have my cheat sheet out. I don't know where I put it, but as I say, with halves, there's only a handful that you need to know. So. Walker Magnet had a good silver rainy day dump. Yep. I know it's not recognized by PCGS. But Annex will at least usually do anything. Not that I would get one graded, probably, but it's more like 74D DDOs. I have quite a few. In fact, I found one, I don't know, a few boxes ago. And see, I never paid attention to 23 filly because I never find 23 fillies. If I do find 23, it's usually a 24 or 23 Denver. And I've gone through 10 rolls, and this is how many 23 fillies I've already got. Plus, most of the ones I find, like 74D DDOs, are usually not the greatest condition either. Not like horrible, but it's just I've never been one to find a lot of silver in my area. I'm back up to an average of 19 Nipsies per box. That's even after the box of like 5. (2018). Sorry. That was my ex-wife had some questions about work. She works at the same place I do. (2018). We worked there together, and then she left and went to a different job, and then we got divorced, and she went to the clinic, which is in the hospital, and then she went to the pharmacy, and then she came back to the hospital, so now she works there again. And when they said, we're hiring your ex-wife, I'm like, yeah, I heard. They're like, you don't have a problem or anything with it. I'm like, she's not working with me, so I don't care. It's like if we were working next to each other, that might be a problem, but we're amicable. Because of the kids and like at sports games and stuff, I'll sit in the general area because like if it's my son playing or something, my daughter will be there and stuff like that. So it's one of those, I'll sit near him, and I'm not going to sit right next to him. I don't normally pull out those 71s, but I've seen a few videos lately where people have found the DDOs, and it's like, I've never found them. That's why I quit looking for them. So it's like, yeah, maybe I'll start looking for them again. Yeah. Because when I first started getting halves, it was like 17 and a half rolls in, and I've found 6 Nifsies and a handful to check for DDOs and things. I never expect to find silver, but I know I average, I'm up to 19 Nifsies now, average, per box. But my silvers are abysmal. as usual. I've never had a high. I think the highest amount of silvers I've averaged in a year was 0.8. Yeah, I don't have a problem finding Nifsies. I find DDOs, I find commemorative. I actually find more commemorative Balboas than I do commemorative US. Because the first time I found a commemorative Balboa, I was like, what the crap? So I was looking, I'm like, that's a Balboa, but that's not a regular Balboa. So I'm like, I looked it up, and it was a commemorative. And then after that, I found like 3 more commemoratives. Different ones. So it's like, But I think I've only found 1 US commemorative. Halves aren't, like I said, for me, I know I'm not going to find a lot of silver. So when I do, it's like, woo! But I know I have a ton of Nifsies. So like you'll watch, Rob or some of these other channels, and they'll have like 4 Nifsies. But yet they'll find like 3 silver. It's like I would definitely trade my silver in for Nifsy, or my Nifsies in for silver. Probably. Just like I rarely find, like for example, 23 Philly. Hardly ever see him, and tonight I've already found that many. 23 Phillies. Yeah, when I first found the Balboa commemorative, it was like, it threw me off because it's like, this is Balboa, but it's not a Balboa. And I'm like, yes, it is a Balboa. So that's why I had to look it up, and it was a commemorative because I was like, that is a Balboa. I've only found 1 US commemorative. That was I think it was 86 Statue of Liberty one, Ellis Island. My son actually found it. He's like, I've got a weird one, Dad. I went and looked at it, and I was like, oh, that's a commemorative. I was like, someone busted it out of the thing and turned it into the bank. Spent it, something. Yeah, because a lot of those, people think they're like tokens or something. They don't look at them, and it shows, it's United States of America, $50, and just getting ready for the kids call, so I'm pulling up the mic so I can mute it and not have to go, oh. Need it to yell at them? Yeah. Didn't say, but you all know that when they call it is mute time. Yep. And so you'll know someone who hasn't been in the stream in the past, like the evening or the end of stream part, because they'll be like, muted? But most people in here, 2007, 2018, know that it's kid time. I want to open like more halves, but I don't always get halves, and I like to open stuff after the stream that besides quarters, because I usually open quarters. I did find a Washington commemorative. It was silver. It was a silver Washington commemorative. So I guess I have found one myself that was US. It was like his 250th birthday or something. And it was a commemorative, and it was a silver. And just like tonight, I've been finding a ton of 2023 Phillies. I've never found a Stone Mountain. Oh. Instead of them calling me, I'm going to be calling them, so hold by for a moment. Alrighty, I'm back. (2018). My son had said that he said Grandpa tried to call him earlier, and I was like, I don't know why, because he asked if I knew. And he goes, but I was probably at tryouts, which is why I didn't. Well, why he didn't answer the phone. It's like, I don't know. I was like, I know they're leaving. I said they're leaving tomorrow, and then they'll be back like on Monday or something. I said, I don't know if they're going down to Aunt Rachel's or not, but yeah, it's crazy that I have so many 2023s fillies. Kind of funny. The other day, my boss the CEO had called me. He was in the boardroom, and he just said, if the doctor stops by, tell him I'm in the boardroom. So I was like, okay. And I don't know why, but I was like, he needs a Darth Vader, whatever it's called, that march, the Imperial March. So I downloaded the ringtone and put that for him. He doesn't ever hardly call me because I work literally 20 feet from him. I love how he'll call me and say something like that instead of calling like to the front desk or something. Like he calls my actual cell. I just did it more to kind of be funny because it's like, you know, your boss, and I don't know why at that exact moment Darth Vader popped into my mind because I don't watch Star Wars. Oh, I also find magic coins. Took me years and years to finally find my first one. And then within a matter of a month of finding my very first one ever, I found like 2 more. I did have one box where I found 1.5 magic coins. I've always wanted to find one of those stone mountains, but I've never found one. And see, opening all these will give me an excuse to go to the bank to dump them tomorrow to see the teller, to give her a sticker to give to her mom to talk about her collection. Well, not collection, but she said her mom had opened a drawer and found some old coins in it. Like a Standing Liberty quarter in 2018. See, now I need to probably get some business cards type things that has all my info on it about, you know, my email, my web address, my YouTube, all that kind of stuff, so that I can just give a stack of those out to people. 2020. People ask me how I found 1.5 magic coins, and I said, well, obviously it must have come apart, and half of it made it through, and another roll has another half. It's not my most strangest find ever. This was my most strangest find. It was in a roll of halves one day. My brother looked it up. He used to be a mortician before he did something else, and then he went into the army. But yeah, it was just one of those things that I like opened up a roll and it was like that. I'm like, that's weird. I'm like, maybe it's a burnt one. But I was like, but why is it like bulging out? So I went like that. I'm like, oh, it's like a tag or something. And then I saw that it was Palm Mortuary Crematory, number 0068651. And it's a funeral home in Las Vegas. Then I saw on the news that they had found a ton of these mounds of ashes. I guess someone had closed down a crematorium and just disposed of all the ashes out in the desert, like piles of them. Oh, what do you think? We've got a 40%. 1967. I always love that when it's not expected. Like I said, if I 100 boxes and was always finding silver all the time and you don't find it, then you'd be like, oh. But like I said, I don't find silver a ton. In fact, I can tell you for this year, out of 10 boxes I've opened after streams, I have found 40%. I've found 2 74D DDOs, and this year I'm averaging 18.2 NIFCs. And overall I'm averaging 19 NIFCs on one half of a 40. Total silvers over all the years I'm at 0.8. But I'm at 0.1 this year. Well, like I said, I've always had less silver in my boxes, but way more NIFCs than most. (2002). And that 67 is actually in pretty good shape too. Scuff on his cheek and stuff, of course, but it threw me off at first because I was like, wait a minute, that can't be a silver. I was like, no, it is. But yeah, that fall mortuary, they went out and helped gather up remains, and because they were just like, they dumped the whole thing into a, yeah, like they would just dump the bag of ashes or whatever in a pile, and then they'd dump another bag of ashes in a different pile, so they were at least kind of separated out. But they went out there and helped kind of gather them up and get them back to the family, because it was a news thing I saw, and I was like, hey, Paul Mortuary, I know exactly. That name. I did have a box where I had 10 proofs in it one time, but the box had been opened up, one end open. Oh, there's another one. Hold coin. I had a person say, oh, I want to buy them. So I held them. I haven't heard back from them. 2017. They wanted to buy some 5-ounce rounds. I sent an email. Still never heard from them after seeing them in streams. Not my stream, but... So I put those 5-ounce rounds back into rotation. And I'm going to send the hold coins to VMC, I believe makes magnets. Because what that box that I had got, they had all the ends opened like this, and then they were all folded over like that. And so when you look through the bottom holes, you saw these. When I undid the top, and obviously it must have been re-glued, I saw every roll like that. And I had found a box of those, and it had 10 proofs. And then another box later had like 2 or 3 proofs or something. Dog Diggs Toonie Hunt. $2018. On hold coins, I don't keep them myself, but when I found out EMC made used them, I've been trying to save them for him. 2018. Last roll. (2004), 2018, and I think I have a magic coin. I could tell from the sound. So instead of hollow sounding. And then the other way is if you look at this, you can always tell also by flipping it straight over. Doesn't line up. And it'll probably be white. Oh, I'm on ounces. $10.14. See if we can get it open. Give me a second. Actually, I've got a cup right here. Estados Unidos Mexicanos. You can tell. And what I usually do is I don't put them usually back together, and if I do, I usually put it so that this is out, so I don't pick it up and actually accidentally throw it into the thing. I do have one that it was, like I was saying, it was like a half a magic coin, but it had this, and then it had this part, but on the back, this must have like fallen off or something. Must not have been glued very well, because it was just the back part of this. There wasn't another Mexican or anything like that in it. So all right, let's go to the scooper roper. Open up. Start with these ones. I find 73, you look at the I and the B for the easiest way to tell on a DDO. And it was weird because when I was putting them in my hand, I could hear that thunk hollow sound, which is how I knew there might have been one. Usually they look all corroded and warped and stuff, and that's usually because they've played with acid and they've kind of eaten away some of that layer, which makes it sound hollow like a magic coin, but they're not. And I find those a ton. The ones that are like been dipped in acid or something. Because they're corroded, they're hollow sounding. But I didn't see one that looked that way. That's why when I threw it in my other hand, I was like, wait a minute. But it's just like a lot of the stuff that I do is it takes me years and years and years and years of searching for a magic coin. I find one, and then less than a month later, I find another. Silver. Never found a silver quarter ever in my entire life until a couple months ago. And found one. It was a 64. And then the next box I opened, it was 1944. Which I think I might have. Yep. This is the 44 that I found. It was covered in like a grease. And it was like, this is nasty. So I did gently wipe off the grease because it was just, looks like a mechanic had picked it up and had it in their hand all day while changing oil. So I gently wiped it off. It's like, well, it's a circulated one anyway, so. Yeah, and at first I thought, well, this is horrible condition. So as I started wiping it off, I realized that's actually pretty decent. You know, if you put it under scope. A little bit touching right there. A little bit of rim damage up there. And it's a nest to boot. Like I said, I've never found a 71, so I quit looking for them, but I've seen a few get posted lately that they're like, look what I found. And I'm like, how? I guess if I searched every single one of mine, I might have. But you know, when you get 50 of them a box, because you get more 71s than you do 74. See you, William. Thanks for stopping. Appreciate it. The funny thing is I ordered that case of 24 hot sauce just this afternoon, and I'm already 25% of it sold. 4 to my coworker, 1 to Jolly, and 1 for the 74. like, yeah, a day without hot sauce is like a day without some. Yep. Because you can get, I think it's 6, 12, 24, and then 48. And the price difference between 6 and 12 was quite a bit. And 12 and 24 was quite a bit. But once you hit 24 and then you got to 48, it was like, I think, 24 cents difference per bottle by buying a 12 or a 24 compared to a 48. So I was like, nah, let's just do it 24 because I'll spend the extra 24 cents a bottle. But whereas if I had a pack of 6 compared to 12, it was like $2 a bottle, and then between 12 and 24 it was like a $1.50 a bottle. Like I said, between 24 and 48, it wasn't worth it. And it's the same place that I get my stickers and my magnets made. Yeah, I mean, not everybody has like 10 different bottles of hot sauce on their counter. Or the fridge, or the cupboard. Not many people keep jars of it in their drawer, or bottles of it in their drawer. The stuff that I made, I used an old bottle, an old 5-ounce glass bottle, cleaned it out and everything, and loaded mine that I made into it. And mine was ghost pepper and habanero. Roasted it in the oven. Took the seeds out and then simmered it with tomato, onion, garlic, apple cider vinegar, lime juice. Took it out, blended it, and that stuff. And I've had to refill that bottle multiple times. And I've taken the solids that I strained out of it and had my mom freeze dry it. And then I ground it into a powder, and I gave it to a guy that absolutely loved the hot sauce, because I gave him a pint of it. And then I gave him a Ziploc baggie full of the powder, which was maybe a quarter of all the freeze-dried amount. And he's like, it's so good. He's like, my nose will be running at lunch. I love it. He's Mexican. Plus, I figured if it didn't sell, I've always got people I know that I could gift it to. Because I was looking at maybe doing just a 12, but then, like I said, between the 12 and 24 is still like $1.50 difference in price per bottle. And so it was like, are you? There it is. First I thought that might have been a die break, but it's just a gouge. Sometimes I'll see something like that and I have to do a double take to make sure it's actually not, because there was one that I was looking at and it was like a DDO or a DDR. It wasn't either of them, but there was a huge die break or crack right through almost the entire back of it. I was like, oh, dude. I think it was on a quarter, like a 65 quarter. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 2018s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 20 Nifsies. This one had an 04, a 17, an 02, a 20, an 07, a 17, an 03, and an 08. So I like it when I get these ones. The 2018s, I get so many. I've got probably 100 of them. I need to just dump them back in the bank. So 20 Nifsies and a magic coin. I like it when there's a year on that, which means it's on the other side that was worn off, ground out. So there you go. Oh, and the silver and a hold coin, which I never keep, but when I found out Vinny makes magnets and likes them, I've been saving them out to the side for him. So there you go. Thank you to Jim Thompson with the 10 gifted memberships, and then the super chats. And I've got the stream on Tuesday for 74, or sorry, Monday for 74, and then Thursday was it VMC? Yeah, VMC with No Frills, which I remember. Thank you guys for sticking around and seeing a magic coin and a silver in the same box. Woohoo! So there you go. I'll see you on Monday. And again, going through my barbers, because I was thinking, well, maybe I'll sell some of them, you know, if anybody wants any, I'd sell them, just the regular ones. I came across that one. 1909 inverted S. What you think, Treasure? To me, that looks like an inverted S because it doesn't look like the regular S's that I found on other coins. And when you're just looking at it like this, you can't really see it's an inverted. So you put it in the scope and there you go. It's got full rim. There's no details in Liberty. Some of the back is like the wing. Put it under the scope upside down, so that is upside down. Right side up. It's weird when you do it like upside down, it doesn't look like it's inverted. Yes, there is it is recognized. PCGS does grade the 1909 inverted S. I think it's the FS 501 or something. But my VPN is blocking me from getting onto. Actually, I can do this. Yeah. See, it's the FS 501. And if you go back to mine, but see, it's one of those that it probably wouldn't be worth grading because in that condition, it'd probably be what, a G4 maybe at the most, and it's $65. 45 if it's a 3. You know, if it was like up in here, probably, maybe. But like I said, there's no Liberty, so it's not even going to get probably a 4 because there's no details left of that. Maybe a 3. So it's just one more of label it like that. Yeah, it's one of those that I don't know what is the total population of all of them. See, the 1909S only had 1.7 million minted anyway. But on here you have 6, 14, 25, 39, 47, 49, 52, 53, 55, 7, 61, 64. Total of 64 population it shows, if I counted right. I mean, great if you got a 65. But yeah, that's the only FS one that they grade is the FS 501. Yeah, it's one of those that I've never sent anything in for grading, so I'd have to get the membership and all that kind of stuff, and it's like, yeah, maybe I'll find someone that'll send them in for me and do it, and I'll just pay all the fees and give them some money or something. But yeah, I found that one, and then going through my Buffaloes, I found the 1926S, and then 1936 S over S, and then look at this one. This is what we call the alphabet. S over alphabet. It looks like a D, but I don't know of any S over Ds. All I know of is S over S. Yeah, I was thinking NGC might be kind of a better way to go because it's not much difference like in pricing, like what they're worth. I mean, PCGS is always going to be worth more, but for the amount that you're paying, sometimes I think PCGS is just fine, or NGC is just fine. But yeah, that's what we've been calling the S over alphabet. And then that's the one I found first. And then I found that one in the same lot. And not horrible. You know, Liberty, this one is touching the rim a little tiny bit up there, but this one isn't. Still got some horn. So, who knows? But it's kind of cool. It's like on those, a nickel. I just found it funny. There's a 26S, which is semi-key, and then the 36S with the S over S. And if you look at the I mean, mine looks like that. You know, if they're down in these grades, they're 40, 50 bucks. If it got up into here, you know, it's 70 or so. It doesn't really get into money until you get into the high ones. But still, I think it'd be one that would be cool to get slabbed and put in the collection. To go along with that. And this thing looks like copper in the doesn't do it well with the lights and everything. But and this one here is the weird one. A 2007 Clad Proof 70 Ultra Cameo is one of the highest worth out of all of the state Proof 70 Ultra Cams on the Clad. Even the silver in a 69 Ultra is not worth as much. And of course I got Utah too. But yeah, this one here on NGC, I think it was like a 70 bucks, and most of them are like 30 or something. Anyway, silver, magic coin. Can't go wrong with that. Give it Paul. We will be putting a submission together eventually. Yeah, I need to just kind of go through and gather them up because I've got, them just stashed everywhere. I've, put them into flips or whatever, and yeah. But I gotta remember to put this somewhere. I need to have a box of like all the varieties and stuff. I probably have 24 74 DDDOs. And again, pre-orders available. It's already sold more than I thought it would to start with. I'm already 25% of it sold. So anyway, there you go. Thanks, everybody. Have a good night. We will see you on Monday for another box for 74. And then Thursday, a box for VMC. Until then, thank you. Good night. Oh, I want to test something here. It runs in normal. Let's see if I can get it to do this. Well, it's supposed to roll credits, but I still can't get it to do it correctly. Oh well, I'll still work with it. Do oh well. Because see, I got this part to work just fine, but I can't get the credits to work. Oh well, we'll figure it out. Good night, and we will see you.